Hello? It is time. Alright. Okay. I just remembered I needed to create an issue for the terrain tiling. I had been using a slightly modified version of the minimal shader. They have since altered the format of terrain data, I think. Almost completely replaced. I had to pick, was it lightweight? I can go look. Lightweight. I had to pick lightweight because the old minimal, I guess the new minimal removed textures. Sadly, the new lightweight also removed detailing. On the upside, in about 30 to 40 FPS. Looking at the comments, they mention that detailing some other things are not possible to some optimizations made. Probably down for the how do I spell this word? Benefit? Hey Yulia. How do I spell this word? These optimizations should probably account for the frame benefit more than just removing detailing. So it's probably possible to bring it back a more modified version and keep most of the frame boost. 9 hours stream. 10 hours. Looking at Minecraft, probably possible to just get a good texture for something clever to detail the terrain without having any noticeable... Gosh, I'm like writing a lot. All of a sudden I can't spell anymore. Not having any noticeable impact on FPS. 10 hours, yeah. Bug. Okay. So I think I was gonna do something in the game first. Right. I think first what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna look at what placing vegetation is even like in the first place. So the nice thing about Terrain 3D is okay. Oh, that's really weird. Whatever, I can actually deal with that. So instancing meshes. Oh my gosh. I clicked. Is it crashing? It crashed. I'm gonna assume it's because that's not a real mesh, perhaps. And I'm just gonna try that again with a fake scene. A fake scene. I'll make an actual scene instead of using that template thing, because it's not real. It's not a real. It's not a real thing. Yeah, so I don't know why, but for some reason you just can't delete 0 for some reason. All right, so I'm going to call this test tree enabled. Essentially, I want to get like the best case scenario to be performant immediately, which means, first of all, I want to check this. Okay. Which I think is just a billboard, right? A billboard texture, something like that. I think I can also just make my own system entirely. I just want to see if Terrain 3D is going to work for what I want. If I can use Terrain 3D. Terrain 3D has a script here. It's in the extras. It's probably a third party. This, okay, it's all commented out, but essentially documentation. Display, what is this? Base modifier. That doesn't exist. Also, what is this? A lot of hard-coded things here, ATM. I should probably move this over so I can see if my stream freezes or something. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to I'm messing with like layouts of stuff for the stream, and I think I just have to. That one has to stay like that. Okay. Ribbon. Whatever. Fragment. What is this? A spatial shader. How does this even work? data? Varying. Instance custom. What's instance custom? Instance custom. What is that? I don't know what that is. I've never seen instance custom before. I'm just looking around. Create grid. Set physics process true. Material set parameter, camera position. With an extra space, of course. Classic. Whoa. What is terrain particles? Is this the scene example? There's nothing here. Well, I wish I understood what this was. To use it, add it to your scene and assign the terrain, then customize the settings and materials and share to extend it to make your own. Is removing my repo removes my contribution history? I think so, yeah. Unless you have it on your own computer. I'm assuming you're talking about like deleting it from GitHub. As long as you have a copy, it's not deleted. But, of course, if you deleted it, it probably is. Add it to your scene. Add it to my scene. And assign the terrain. Want to instance child scene. Include add-ons. What the hell? I see what's going on. There's black pixels over there. That's really funny. Oh my gosh. My auto exposure is being tripped up by black pixels. There's like really dark pixels or something that the auto exposure is picking up on, and it's like obliterating it. If I go over here, it's light enough. I don't know if you can see it. There's very dark pixels right there. Okay, it's the auto exposure is still picking up on that. That's funny. So there's just a mistake with the shader here. That's funny. Auto exposure, yeah. I might need to clip it or something. I don't know. When you get those very, very dark pixels, and I don't mean actually sorry, I don't mean dark pixels. I mean like those pixels have negative brightness. But if I get closer, okay, so that's just unavoidable. They have, oh gosh, I'm looking at grass over there. They have negative pixel values. So, you know what? Maybe that's just something I need to fix on my side, honestly. Okay, let me go and mess with that really quick then. Is it in shader? Post process. So, I guess I probably need to pick up on V is textile fetch screen, RGB. Yeah, so I think I probably just need to do, I can probably do, so this is only plot of auto exposure. VS, gosh, I named these such great words. S, those are just parameters. Imagine having money but you can't afford anything because you're too lazy to go to the ATM. Fortunately for me, I don't deal with cash. I have card. But I also don't go to other countries where like I have to have the cash because I don't have a card for that country. Alright, I think this is probably where I do this. So I probably do a max and I think that's probably what I can write there. So I'm assuming V is, there's also tone map. Does tone map do anything? Tone map, okay, so tone map just reads in the color. I don't think it does any, it reads in the auto exposure value, auto values, textile fetch, auto exposure, red and green, okay. See, oh man. Oh yeah, yeah. So this is definitely reading in the screen brightness because V is treated as that. And then I apparently have a Vec2 where I'm doing auto exposure value, this, and then I'm doing that stuff. Okay. Right. And you know what? Tone map, I was even going to say tone map can probably just do some operation for, I was actually going to say, if I get values less than 0, I could do something specific with that. Debit card, America's worst invention. Yeah, I was gonna say credit card. Yeah, debit is only money that you have. But even then, some banks do this really sick and twisted thing where the default of your debit card is to charge you credit if you don't have the money. So if you go to like a new bank and you get a new card, if you don't like adjust whatever settings there are, and you try to buy something that you can't afford, they're going to charge you like an insane credit rate for it. Like absurd. I don't know, Wells Fargo probably still does it. That's the bank that I use. They did this awful thing where my posted balance, by the way, posted is a very specific term that means I can use that money now. Posted balance, I can use it now. No limitations. I transferred like $20 or something posted balance from one of my accounts to another account in the same bank on the same like login. They claimed that I didn't have that money, made the transfer anyway, charged it back, and then charged me $25. But the account wasn't even low, by the way. It wasn't like I had $25 and I was transferring 20. I had more than enough. And it was posted, which means I could use it. I tried to transfer from like a low amount from one account to another. It said, transfer denied, you don't have it. They did it anyway. They made the transfer anyway, and then they retroactively like undid this all happened like instantly. Like I clicked the button and it said no, and then they charged me money. Moved it to the account. It said, don't have the funds, and it charged me $25 from the account that I just moved it to, and then transferred the money back to my other account, So nothing happened. I just clicked $25. I just clicked move and lost like $25. I clicked the button, they charged me $25. I called them and said this is BS, and they were like, we can refund you $12. Thanks. It was 100% a bug. My posted balance was far higher than what I was transferring. I was transferring a low amount and they charged me a fee greater than the amount of money that I transferred. And it was to my own account. So literally all it was like a database change. They didn't have to actually transfer any money. It was just saying that this money is now in like a different number. My bank charged extra just for the service. Yeah, I don't understand banks that do that. That is like actually just pure greed. They make so much money off of the fact that people just keep money with them and they can reinvest that cash somewhere else. They can loan it out. They make so much money from that. They do not need to have fees. They literally have no. They're incentivized to not have fees, and yet they still put fees on because they're just literally greedy. It's literally just greed. I could understand it for a small bank, like a small local bank. No one's taking loans from them, so they're just kind of like basically working for free. Sure, all right, take a fee. But if you're like a national bank, that's insane. They have like billions of dollars and they need to charge you $5 a month or something to have less than like $100 in your account. Whatever their rates are. It makes no sense. Cash is king, yeah. All right, that was a crazy tangent. So I'm pretty sure this works. I'm sure it definitely does. But I wonder if I should have a debug thing to help me see this. Probably, right? Like if any component of this is black. Oh, this is auto exposure though, so this isn't really doing that. I guess tone map actually does this. So I can read in. So here's the color UV. Yeah, so this should just be the color of the screen. Oh, UV. Okay. I could read in the color here, and if I get something that is essentially negative or black, I guess negative. I think I could do if max color vec40 does not equal color. Surely I can do that. My logic there is that if any value gets clamped, meaning it was negative, then I have a pixel that's bad. So what I would like to do is do... Why is it a vec4? I'll just do this. Color RGB equals, and then we apply an exposure to it. Color RGB probably would be, I'll just do this. I think the typical one is like red and blue, so I'll do that. So if, yeah, and this should do like float comparisons. So this should be pretty good. If the color clamped is not the same color, then it's bad, right? So leave a comment. So it should make it a bright purple or pink or whatever it is if that happens. Nice piece here. So the worst of the company came and killed the market with insanely cheap offers. We realized there are standard prices in other countries. Oh, these are the standard prices in other countries. Our size all the time. Yeah. Yeah, right, competition. You gotta have competition. And preferably competition that preferably competition that is not immoral as well. Dude, bank fees are an anti-competitive practice. It absolutely is. It is an anti-competitive practice. Every bank is like, hey, they're charging fees. Let's charge fees too. Let's charge fees, but a little bit cheaper. Okay, I think that should be it. Now, I don't remember if this updates immediately. Okay, it did not. I think I should be able to... I'll save and reload. And then look away. I saw purple for a second there. Nice. Okay. I fixed it. So I can see the bright purple pixels over there, which are shader errors. I'm sure it's probably really easy to see that when I move back and forth. This is some really tall grass, by the way. This is like excessive. How tall this is. Alright. Cool. Auto exposure should not freak out anymore when I have bad shaders. Now I need to figure out what the shader's doing. That would probably be like a multiplication or a division by some low value. Why is Vertex computing color? Brighten tips. Mix between color... Okay, so that's not anything. Data 2. What is data? Data 2 is vertex Y plus... So does that mean the vertex Y can be negative? I don't understand. There's a process material. I'm sure, what does this say this is? It's a particle, so I'm sure this doesn't compute color. Custom. Oh, is this instant custom? That's gotta be it, right? But this isn't a particle shader, so I don't... Darken base. I guess I can probably just comment some of these out until... It's probably the best way to go, right? Comment things out until the bug goes away. Okay, so that was color. That didn't really do anything. So it's probably fragment. That did not do it. That did not do it. Roughness? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Specular? Nope. Backlight? No. Okay, so this color... I think the default is white. Ah, okay. So data 2 is coming out negative. So if I replace this with... one point oh. Yeah, okay. So data 2 contains a mistake. Which is weird that we're reading it as... Oh, data... Sorry. Data 2 is the value 3. Okay, so data 2 should be written somewhere. Right, okay. Make non-linear. Okay, so I guess what I just do is I probably write max and then 0. Okay, that didn't fix it. Okay, so something else happens to data 2. Oh. What if I do 501? Nope. Didn't fix it. In fact, I think that made it worse. I think I was getting more flickering up here. Yeah, so what's going on with this? Why is... If I comment that line out, it's fixed. Is it fixed? It looks like it is. So this means data 2 is a negative value at this point. But I'm confused because I fixed it. I fixed it. But that doesn't fix it. Okay, well then it just vanishes. Very confusing. So doing this change where I don't multiply by data 2. No other line solves this. That fixes it. I don't get any negatives. It's bugged already. No other change fixes this. I mean, I don't know. That's very strange to me. Okay, I think I get it. I guess it's like, it's technically correct to let it be negative, but because I'm applying it to a color, this is kind of the mistake here. I should be applying it to just a positive value. Okay, and that's still making it like really insane. Interesting. Okay, so I still have like shimmering over there happening. Okay. So then I guess what I do is I perhaps I allow all of this to happen, and then I do a this is a gamma function. I do a actually I probably just take that out. Yeah. Well, maybe not. I don't know why honestly I don't know why I'm messing with it. I just got totally nerd sniped, I think. Oh, what is albedo? Albedo is a vector 3. Still negative values over there. Interesting. Okay. What is going on here? This is so strange. Why does that break it? Like it's gone now. It's fixed. But data 2 has no problem. So the problem's not data 2 somehow. So confused. Very, very weird. Very weird. This is outputting a negative value. That's literally what the purple pixels mean. So weird. I don't understand. That is so weird to me. Do I just actually have to give up on trying to figure out whatever that is? That is so strange to me. Removing this multiplication fixes it. This literally just fixes it. Removing that, it's gone. Which means something's wrong with this multiplication. Data 2 is sometimes negative. So and it's not just a negative value, it's like an extremely negative value as well. Oh, really? What? That's so weird to me. What is data 2? It's a vec 4. So doing max doesn't help. Oh, wow, okay. Okay. All right, I figured it out. I figured it out. What is this line that's happening, by the way? There's this line that's like extruding away from me. Alright, well, whatever. I fixed it. I figured it out. But those are really twitchy though. Why are they like twitchy like this? Yeah, these are at like a really low frame rate compared to the rest of the scene. It's very obvious. Oh well. Anyway, that was for fun. Oh, process fixed FPS. Oh, look at that. 60. Did that fix it? Maybe. About 10. Interesting. This has such a strange effect. It's like, it's still moving at a high frame rate, but like every tenth of a frame it jitters really badly. Yeah, see? It's like smooth, and then there's this like weird thing going on. Alright, well, what if I go to that script and take that out? Because it looks fine without this process FPS thing happening. For key in particle nodes. Yeah, what if I allow this to be 0? Just let me make it 0. I would like to actually set this to 0. Ah, okay. So it's still being rude and not letting me set it. Does that crash it? That crashes it. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Interesting crash. I'm guessing that's just, that's not actually because I'm setting it to 0. And it's just because there's some other, Godot kind of freaked out. Alright. I gotta close it. I might cut out. Nope, we're good. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume that's like, that was just a weird crash. And not actually because I set it to 0. That would be kind of crazy if setting it to 0 actually breaks everything. Oh, 1 over 0, that's funny. That could be why. What is happening? But yeah, so I'm guessing that division by this is probably what was going on there. Well, Setting it to 0, I'm sure, is not an issue. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so what's the point of doing this? Why would you ever do that? It looks totally fine without it. It's really weird. It literally just looks totally fine without that. I don't know. It doesn't do like anything to FPS. I mean, if I set it to 60, I guess it also doesn't seem to do anything, but it's still bad. 120. Yeah, I don't see what the point of doing that is. Is anything even changing? CPU time is 1 millisecond, GPU is 5, just 120. It changes nothing. If anything, it drops the it. Wait, really? No, I can't tell any difference between the two. Nothing changes. So yeah, I don't know what they're I don't know what's up with that. There is some I do see this like jitter thing. That just makes it look worse when you turn that on. If I bring it back, you'll see it's like weirdly shaky. Yeah, look how shaky that is. That's just kind of nuts. That's just really bad. Just don't do that. Curve the result. Okay, you probably need to curve the result. Cool. I'm totally not doing grass, but I mean, the shader's already here. I may as well try to use it. Okay. But I'm gonna leave that saved, but I'm gonna turn it off, I think. So, bye-bye. Go away. Alright. I guess I can send that just as like a shader change. I mean, actually, yeah, there's quite a few shader changes that I should send now then. Okay, I need to restore that file. And be very careful. Okay, for some reason it moved seamless down one. That's just nonsense. And then I guess I got rid of parentheses there. And then this should be a tab. Let me check that any other line that I changed is still a tab. And this file is still open. Was that one already? I know what I changed, so I can just... I guess just copy this. And if I need to restore it and put it back with like the proper settings. Just delete that. And in fact, the comment as well. Cheap jitter. Yeah, it's not very good. It just makes it look really bad. This process material keeps wanting to change. I don't understand what's up with that. I don't have this open. It's okay. I need to like quit Godot. It's being obnoxious now. Yeah, it just changed the tab of that entire file. So. I mean, I guess technically that should be a clamp. I think... No, it's fine for those to be positive or values over 1. Negative values just don't make sense. I just go discard negative values. And then debug. A debug thing there. Okay. Alright. We'll reopen Godot and fix this process thing so I can set it to 0 because 0 is honestly what it should be. I don't know why it's letting it be anything else. Tabs, don't trim. What? Okay. Apparently I lost the copy or whatever. Right? Fix. Post-process shaders. Discard negative pixel values for auto exposure. Hey, Danilin. And add debug. Color for pixels uploading with the negative color channels. And then fix grass shader. Negative. Super positive values. And remove jittering. By the way, that grass, I didn't really demonstrate it, but I've heard that this kind of grass, where you just use like mesh, like particle instancing, or GPU particles to place grass on the ground, is like really, like kind of ridiculously performant. You can pretty much cover your entire screen with it, and there's like no impact. So that might be good for the future, to use that to fill in the ground a little bit more. Of course, I need to have some way where I can turn it off. I think it was based on the auto shader, which is why when I got over here, it disappeared. Something along those lines. So I could have there's probably some kind of control thing where I can turn that off. And probably just, it's probably, like I said, it's probably just the auto shader. There's some bit on the terrain mask that's like turning on and off that grass. Okay. Anyway, back to testing this. Still not sure why that's like that. Yes, nods head. Yeah. I can find, honestly, I should actually just go and find a video of that. Rendering grass Godot. It's probably the, yeah, it's this one. Okay. So he just walks through it, and actually maybe this isn't it. I don't know actually, because they demonstrate it with like a kilometer wide field or something, and it's probably this one. Yep, I recognize that raccoon. It's this guy. This is the one. He has... Okay, maybe it's not quite a kilometer, but... Okay, he's talking about it's like less performant, but then he fixes that. Okay, but he's using scatter, which is actually wrong. Wait, what is it? Wait, is this not it? It's got to be this guy. Never mind, never mind. I was doing a deep dive and I'm getting confused because I'm looking at so many. I was looking at so many different videos. This guy has a very big scene. It's also in Unity. And he's got very loud music. So really what I would do is this would be built into the terrain shader, because the terrain shader can read the position of a vertex. And that's how I would determine where to place grass. But you can see how much grass you get. You pretty much get it to the horizon. 260 FPS. So yeah, it would, at least for like my setup, it would kind of be free. Now that's a big thing. I need that too. Modern foliar. Okay, he actually does another video And he actually, I think he even like demonstrates this grass mesh that he made. It's actually like probably 3 times more meshes than you really need. Genuinely need like 2 triangles. Or like maybe 2 squares and then a triangle. I think this scene's actually smaller than it was before. I can't remember. See, with that crazy compression that uses AI, seeing if there are AI programs for encoding images, I've found... What? High quality audio at 1.5. I don't even understand that. Okay. What am I trying to do? Article? Where would I put this stuff? I think I have this right now. What is tree 1? Tree 1. Okay. This like aggressively saves the terrain. It's kind of weird. Surely that's not yeah, okay. It's not. I'm gonna turn that print off. Because now that's like really aggressive printing. I believe it's in menu. It's right here. No, this is on navigation. Alright, I'll search for it next time it shows up. Because now I don't know what it is. Alright. Scene, world. I guess I'll probably make a new folder now. Plants. Plants. Tree. Be a 3D scene. It will be tree test. And very simply, it's gonna be a... I think the way that it works is it assumes that you're using a node 3D and it loads in mesh instances using a certain like naming convention. Like LOD0 or something like that. So I'm just gonna do quad mesh. And then material. I think it has to be like this, and then I do transform billboard. Can I just change this to a plane mesh? And then use billboard? I think it has to be face Z. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what the difference between plane mesh and quad mesh is. They're like the exact same thing. And then the texture. And Godot's crashing because of this stupid pop-up that just... See you in 20 seconds, because I gotta close Godot, man. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I can use a different way to kill this, because going through Steam, like, lags out or something. Alright, we'll see. Okay, so that didn't really help with the cutout. That did not help. Oh well. It might just be the specific command I'm sending it. Like, I probably need to send like a kill instead of a term. I don't know. Okay. Hey, at least the scene is still here. But I did lose the mesh. Alright. I'm gonna save aggressively. Okay, I hit Control S and nothing happens. I hit save and nothing happens. Alright. Finally save. I don't know what the difference is between plane mesh and quad mesh. I really don't know. I feel like it's just the default. Quad mesh is default to face Z. I'll use it. Whatever. They say that it's supposed to be something facing the camera, so maybe it's like more optimized or something. Also, I think I want Y billboard. Not billboard. Alright. Quick load. Is there just like a tree or something? Perfect. It's perfect, actually. And we'll make it 8 meters tall. It's perfect. Move it up 4 meters. Alright, there's our tree. I guess I can stretch the UV. If I stretch the UV, I think I mean condense the UV or whatever you do with that. I guess this would actually have to be 8. I'll do a little bit less. Alright, there we go, tree test. That's probably the simplest tree you can possibly make. It's probably the simplest tree you can possibly make. It is just a single billboard with a texture. And that doesn't even have any alpha on it. I will need alpha though, so I'm not going to like try to optimize that material. I'm just going to leave it as it is. Though I think the material is kind of slow, so probably it would be better if I had my own material or my own shader. Because there's a lot of stuff that it's doing, but essentially for nothing. So it could be optimized a little bit. Possibly. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. Why that's like that. Tree test. Okay. I clicked and it's crashing again. Alright. So something's wrong with that. Something's just wrong with that. I don't know what. I'm thinking probably what I do is I read like a tutorial on this and make sure that I'm setting everything up perfectly, because I might be missing something. I'm also not really sure why it keeps kicking me out of this whenever I click that. There's clearly some bug here that it's hiding itself. Alright, but let me set this to the test tree, and then I'm just going to hit save. And oh, it looks like it's picked up LOD 0 at least, so. Okay. I'm gonna go through this. Make sure I set everything up correctly. Train 3D instancer. Oh, I think that's just what it does. Okay, that's maybe something different. You can only remove entries from the end of the list. That's funny. Set up a mesh. Each mesh asset can be a generated texture card or a scene file. Do I have... I don't know. If your mesh doesn't have material, set the material if you're using a generated texture card. Okay, so they don't really tell me how I'm supposed to make the thing. I'm gonna assume they explain it shortly after. The instancer uses the first mesh resource it finds in the scene and uses it as is. It ignores all transforms in the file. Okay. And have used the position rotation. If you've built and imported your object with a non-zero transform and have used the position rotation or scale in the scene without a fixture placement, your instance objects are going to have strange transforms. Your tree might be laying flat or be extremely large or small. Okay. According to LED numbering convention, LED 0 is the one closest to the camera, 4 is farther away. Okay. All right. LOD, capital LOD something. Okay. We'll name it like that. They say something about, okay, wait, what is this? Terrain 3D region, writing 16-bit region. What? Is it actually here? That's really stupid. Why do you do that? Log mess G. What is this log macro? Push error, push warning is less than debug. Define log to be nothing? What? If debug enabled, oh, define log to be log level. Okay. It's error if it's warning. It's kind of annoying though. And what is message G? I guess I'll just make it info or something. Changes, and then I'm going to restart. All right, no more printing, hopefully. Hopefully no more printing. When I like click in and out of the scene. All right. But here's one theory I have about this. Collision on? What do you mean collision on? I don't know what that means. Color. Is it density? I'm clicking edit. This value is not tied to any reward unit. Is calculated as 10 over... This just is multiplied by brush strength. Off. All right, let's see if this... So we get 1 meter. I'm going to click. I got a tree. Awesome. So if I make this 10 meters, I'm getting a bunch of trees. Okay. What if I make density 1? I want to see what was breaking it. Was it because density was 10? Maybe not. Is it because of this collision thing? Yes. Alright, that collision checkbox kills it. So, I want to go see what that is then. What is this collision thing? Alright. So that. Okay, now what's going on here? Collision on? Am I just searching for collision on? On? On collision? Was it on collision? On collision. Add setting. Have you set your CPU frequency to performance today? No. It's on whatever it's been since forever. Collision list. On collision. Add setting on collision. Checkbox. List collision list. What is collision list? Oh, collision list is where it's going. Okay. So I guess then I search for on collision. What? How do I make it search not? I would like it to search not like this. Whatever. It's only code that I'm looking at. The text on collision needs to be used. Instancer on collision. And raycast height, I see both of those together. Any other place, it's also used there. And is used there. Okay. Anywhere else? That's all of them. Okay. So everything in this file is what I'm looking for. So on collision, recast physics if using on collision. Okay. Log extreme, adding blank instances at with on collision default false. So this passes it to get usable height. This passes to get usable height. Get usable height. Okay. So there's a bug with this. The third parameter P on collision. So what this means is it does terrain get raycast result with whatever that value is. Terrain get raycast result. No hole or collision use height if in slope or quit. So if is nan height, if not a raycast hit, return empty. An empty array. So either it's this start position, it could even be this. This value is kind of insane. Seems like it uses a start position, which I'm guessing is the camera. Or no, it's computed as probably the camera position and height of the terrain plus the raycast start. Alright, what does this get raycast result? Because this value here at the end, that's a very big value. So a collision mask. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But of course, how is this implemented? That's fine. That's actually fine. So this is using the physics raycast, which, like I said, totally fine. Let's go back up here. But it is specifically an issue somehow. If raycast result has position, raycast hit is true. If raycast hit and the height is higher, height is that. Triple height, raycast hit, raycast normal. Alright, so I'm thinking there might be a case where something's just wrong here, I think. So collision is off. I'm assuming this is not nan. So then we just return an array that says 1. Okay. So it looks like it's not an issue with this one, but it seems to be an issue when if size is not equal to 3, if size is not equal to 3, if size is not equal to 3. Okay, so those usages all look good. This one might be something. Bool raycast hit. So I'm guessing if raycast hit is true, something very bad happens. Let me look at the other one. Alright, the other one doesn't do anything, and in fact it looks like it just reads in height data and then discards it completely. Weirdly. That one only uses the height, it doesn't care. Alright, so this one is the suspicious one. This is the only place where we don't simply read height 0. So look at height data. Alright. So if raycast hit, we use height data 2. Otherwise I use data get normal. Interesting. So that's really weird. So it seems like if align to normal is turned on, then I have a possible problem. If normal is not finite, normal normalized. Interesting. So I think what you're typically meant to be doing here is you're supposed to check that normal is not near 0. Because if it's near 0 and you do normalized, you get an issue. Which doesn't really make sense because the raycast collision should be working. This is weird. Yeah, you're supposed to check. You are supposed to check that the normal is not near 0. If normal is not finite, or that I think that's the function. But I feel like that can't be what's going on there. But I'll try building it and seeing if that's the fix. You know, I kind of want to see what it tries to read. Does raycast hit true? And it reads in result position Y and raycast result normal. So the issue could be the raycast itself is a problem, or the fact that it comes back with something invalid. And if I was looking at this correctly, get raycast result is pretty... It makes sense. It just runs get world 3D, get direct space state. It creates this. If collision and exclude self, which is probably false. True. Exclude self. Ah, okay. No, I get it. We exclude ourselves. Underscore collision. Right, okay. Space state intersect ray. I think I've touched this function before. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it. I might have messed with that function before. So it's possible it could return something unexpected. But I'll find out now what's happening. If that was the fix. If that normalization, very important normalization check worked. So I should just click this. I'll turn on collision. And I'll click over here. Okay, so it broke. All right. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just run it from the console and see. Whoops. Okay. That was strange. I'm still... Uh-oh. I just like broke the keyboard. One sec, I gotta unplug my keyboard. There's like some macro thing on this keyboard that really sucks. If I hit F10, which I just hit F10 because that's like the shortcut key to quit out of like the task manager, it bricks my keyboard. I don't know what's wrong with that button, but my keyboard becomes unusable. So I have to unplug it. 1 second. All right. I was struggling to find the, It's still... No, okay, it's fixed now. Okay, good. And I just opened... All right. Just give me a second. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know, like, I think it's like game mode or something on this Razer keyboard. But dude, I don't know what it does, but it like disables a lot of keys on the keyboard. And I think it even disables itself, so I don't even know how to turn it off. I think another thing is that it doesn't even work because I'm not on Windows. I'm on Linux. So it does something like different. I don't know. Something's just wrong with it. Okay. I am running Godot from the console, so maybe I can see some output. And I'm just gonna click and see what happens. Alright, cool. Ah, classic. So, yeah, this is just like a total bug. That's crazy. Are they testing this? How do they do this? That's so bad. So, yeah, you're not supposed to do this from process. They're doing it from physics. They're doing it from the frame process. It needs to be done from physics process. So, how can I make this happen physics process? I guess get raycast result can... I'm not really sure how you do this. This is a jolt physics thing. And I think the collision is meant so that I can place it on physical objects that are not the terrain. I think that's what this means. So yeah, typically what you would do is if you're using collision, you have to defer your call to later. Is there, I think there was kind of some like trick to pausing execution until a certain signal happens. I think there's some trick for that. But for my own stuff, all I do is I just say, if I know I'm going to be using physics, then I have to like totally defer that until later. And the issue with on collision is that we don't know if it's turned on until here. We're already in the function. So I guess what this means is I guess I can just wait, right? Yeah, append multi-mesh. So I guess what I can do is I can know at this point, I can know like really early if collision is going to be happening. So I think what I can do is probably just read this at the top. And if I'm not in the physics, then I need to defer until I am in physics. This passes in... Yeah, I mean, it just create a function call and like delay until the physics tick. Oh, let me see. Let me see if GDScript has something like this. Because I could use something that's like a weight. That, I mean, that would kind of solve my issue, I think, here. I can use something like an await. So I'll just search for Godot. Await. Physics result in process function. What do they think? So this is what I thought happens. I thought you could do this. All right, I guess I just go to Godot and search await. Await keyword can be used to create coroutines which wait until a signal is emitted before continuing execution. Using the await keyword with a signal or call to a function will immediately return the control to the caller. When the signal is emitted, resume execution. To stop execution until the user presses a button, you can do something like this. So how can I do this from C++? I have to go to Godot itself. Await or callable? Hmm. They have to do something for this. Some code has to be called in C, which I can also call myself. So it must be somewhere with worker thread pool. Connect signal awaiter. Waiter utils. Modules mono. What is this though? It takes in a signal, which is, I mean, this looks like it's really, it looks like it's really close. So, GD mono connect signal awaiter. Object, a signal, target object, pointer handle. Handle pointer, whatever it is. Return source connect one shot. Okay. Callable. Awaiter callable. Awaiter handle. So GD mono connect signal awaiter. Godot sharp internal signal awaiter connect. Okay. So it's probably not it. Mono GC handle data. Okay, so I suppose I can't. Maybe I can? I don't. This might only be for scripting. This might not be a thing I can do with that. So I don't know, maybe it's signal awaiter. It's just totally not used anywhere. Okay. So how might I do this? I think it's probably just here. I can read this in very early. I guess there's an early return up there, so it's probably fine. But that does a bunch of calculations, so I'm going to do this check here at this point. Yeah, what is this? It should be like a .editor config to make it use tabs. And I have this somewhere. Where else was this? Where I had to change it because I was doing something dumb. It might just be Godot. Yeah. It's probably actually all of this. I wish I could copy from other things more easily. I don't know what root true does, so I'm just gonna leave that. Do I have? No, I remember doing this and it like updated immediately. It was immediately like accepting what I was trying to do. Maybe if I just close this one and then reopen it. Try this. Cool. All right. Tabs. And then how do I check for the thread? I don't remember. I guess I can look at just run Godot again. I guess I can just look at a script where I do this, close that before I save it by accident. Weapon node definitely does this in a few places. If not engine is in physics frame. So I think it's engine get singleton is in physics frame. Okay, so it's actually gonna be different because I'm running through something else. Is it engine? I think it's excluding. Yeah, okay, so it's excluding these files, which is very tough. But I might have found it. Get singleton is in physics frame, which is not... I guess I have to get the object, so yeah. Engine get singleton returns a pointer. Then I have to do something else. I believe it's probably happens in weapon resource probably does this, where it will wait. Nope, it does not wait. It just does it right there. In physics, wow. There's a way to do this. I think I might have been given a hint here with this search. Get tree. So it would be get tree physics frame. Oh, there's a weights right here. Man, I wish I could write in a weight. So terrain 3D instancer. I have to hide all that. What is the instancer? It's an object, of course it is. All right. So I have to do terrain, get tree, which I believe I'm sure that terrain, that terrain 3D is a node 3D. Cool. So I would do get tree. Probably, I'm not sure what it returns. Get tree, node get tree. Get tree as a pointer. All right, cool. That's what I wanted to know. How do I connect the signals? Get tree, connect. Very simple. Call this the name, and then I think I give the parameters after that. Yeah, should be that simple. This I guess I read it like this. Add instances with and I guess I probably want to have like a just give me the quick rundown. Static. This initialize executed once. Increment and print. I guess I just add static to the front of it. So this is probably bad, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Bool, so that should just be, I mean, I guess I can, I'll just write equals false. I'm not sure. Awaiting physics. So I will simply say if awaiting physics and we are not in a physics state. Then I will return. I will ignore it. The idea here is that the idea here is that if I call it one time, so because the frame rate can be way higher than the physics rate, it's very possible that I can try to queue up, or I can call this function like 20 times in a single frame. It's probably limited, so you can't do it that many times, but I just want to be sure. So if I call this, then if I have already called it before, which means I would have set awaiting to be true, so then I guess I also do awaiting physics is true before I assign it. And then I guess what I need to do here is also do I think it's object connect one shot. Let me check here. Callable. Okay, so it's outside of the callable. Connect one shot. Oh, yeah, that's right. So I turn on awaiting, and then I go through here, Then, if I am not awaiting physics, and I am, would this be like an XOR? Like it becomes true if either one of them is true, but it's false if they're both true or they're both false. Is this really what I'm trying to write? I guess it's close, but it's not quite yet. If we're not awaiting physics and we are in a physics frame. Also, jeez, I'm rotted. Else if. I was wondering why I look like that. If we are awaiting physics and we're not in the tick, skip the call. If we are not awaiting physics and we are in the physics, ignore that. So I guess I feel like it's close, but it's not quite. I'm not gonna write an XOR. That's probably like too weird. If I maybe this is like an XOR. Okay, let me just write the comments out. A and B true. Or yes, A and B. So this is physics frame. If A and B we are awaiting and we are in the physics frame, I want to be false. If A and not B, I guess I can actually write it just like this. If 1 and 1, false. If 1 and 0, if we are awaiting physics and we're not in the physics frame, I want to return true. We are awaiting physics, we're not in the physics frame. We are not awaiting physics and we are in the physics frame, true. We are not awaiting physics and we are not in the physics frame, false. That I just wrote the XOR. Okay. So what's the Boolean XOR? I don't actually know that one because I've never written it before. Is there such a thing? The not equal operator serves this purpose for bool values. False not equal false is false. But false not equal to false is false? That's what I want. Values to booleans and negate them. Okay. Well, I mean, I've written this. So if awaiting physics does not equal is in physics frame, true does not equal true, false. True does not equal false. True. False does not equal true. I'm just gonna do that. And comment here. You know what? I actually want to probably do this here. Yeah. Do that first. If collision is probably the same thing, isn't it? I guess no, it's specifically in this case. If we have collision and we're not in the physics tick, we need to turn on awaiting physics and wait for the physics frame. Also, did I check that it's just connect one shot? So I bind on terrain. You get the tree. I connect the physics frame. A call to this function with the same parameters. So if we are awaiting physics, I guess at this point, well, yeah, here I guess the else is that I turn this off. So future calls can come in again. I just want to look at this. Oh, that's a whole change. All right, so that change at the end, I mean, it really is needed. You're supposed to make that check, so I'll just leave it. But yeah, I'm using this awaiting physics static to limit the call rate here. Member access into incomplete type scene tree? What? How is that possible? Forward declaration of scene tree. Okay, so I have to include... What is this? Too many arguments provided a function like macro invocation? Okay, so how do I do callable with arguments? How do I... Callable... Oh, I'm supposed to be callable.bind. Okay, I get it, I get it. Okay, yeah, it's gotta just be like dot bind, right? And then undeclared identifier engine and scene tree. So I guess up here at the top I have to include those. And I think the include is, whoops, is gen include classes. Yeah, so I guess I'm just looking for and it's probably scene tree, but I have to find out. Scene tree, cool. Okay. Okay. That should be good. Alright, so hopefully now I can turn on that thing. Oh, and actually don't run it from there. So I can see if I get an error again. Okay, so like it kind of worked and then it didn't. Oh, because I didn't copy it. That's weird that it worked the first time, actually. I forgot to actually copy it over. I clicked once and nothing happened, which I guess... I actually don't even know how nothing happened. That one's strange. Well, it's working. I have on collision turned on, which is weird that it's not... Oh, that now it's working. Okay. Why isn't it working at this on this one? Oh, it's kind of working. It's really weird. Are these going under the ground? Oh, they are. Ah, okay, so they have been working. It just looked like they weren't. Yeah, alright, well. Okay. Now how do I... That one crashed. Okay, so there's another place where it does this, it seems. No debug symbols. Nice. So there's another spot where this raycast happens where it's not limiting itself correctly. Which I just tried removing stuff, which doesn't really make any sense. If I'm removing something, it shouldn't be doing that at all. But there's another place where it tries to raycast. So... it is this function specifically. So add instances does it correctly. Is this still add instances? Remove instances? So... yeah, this one doesn't even... it literally doesn't even access height data. So I'm not even sure why height data is executed here. It doesn't write out to anything that this is a result. T is not passed in, color is not passed in. So honestly, I'm not even sure why that's being checked there. And raycast height. Yeah, because so get usable height is only used for that case. So yeah, I'm a little confused why they even tried to do that. Same thing here, we're not even... I guess in this case it actually does matter. Which is update transforms. So, alright, that's fine. So that one needs to be stacked. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this case, it literally doesn't make any sense. It's kind of weird. It does like a raycast here, but the result is not used. It just checks to see if it hit the terrain. That's like all it does. I mean, I guess I can do this. I guess I can still leave it and just run with that. And I just need to copy the top of this, basically, to everywhere. Alright, so this one's been made safe. This one needs to be made safe. Waiting for physics frames. And then on collision. So this looks like really close to the same thing, actually. Remove instances with global position parameters one shot. Okay. Alright, that one's been made safe. And this is the last one that needs to be made safe. Okay. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. Start moving this up. This should just go above the init message. And then if we have on collision, then just this function call goes in. If on collision and not physics frame, it transforms with AABB. One shot, return awaiting physics, and then we return. Alright. Well, I guess that means I'm compiling, so compile test is already at 0. We still haven't broken the record. Undeclared identifier params on line 1060. So here. Okay. So I need to have all these checks happening up at the top. So it looks like I can probably do this there. I was wondering how params was getting in here. But since it was just called params, I thought it was like a part of the instancer. So get data, get brush data. Okay. All right. Right. So hopefully now I can collisions on. And then I can hold control and remove. I'm going to go over here and paint on the roof and then remove from the roof. Cool. And then I think if I do this and then I increase the terrain height. Cool. All right. Sync. Okay. Nice. All right. It's all working then. That's still a weird thing, but oh well. Now, looking at this code, they are using this. What is it? Add instances, remove instances. But this uses a brush. So it's kind of different. But it looks like what it does is it computes the number to add. And then it does array cast. And then it does add transforms. So it calls this add transforms thing. Which xforms is just... Yeah, for everything in the count, we grab the height of that position. Which position comes from random value. We call add transforms. And then I believe transforms expects. Okay, it's not that big of a function. I believe at this point it takes in, and I think this was public, right? Let me go back here. Yeah, it's right here. So add transforms, procedural placement. How do you remove stuff? There's remove instances. I guess I should look at how remove instances runs. It should be up here. Right here. Terrain data. Get region. At some point we have to figure out region instances. Backup region. Updated transforms. Rebuild the multi-mesh instances. Okay, that's what MMI is. In cells that have been modified or are missing. See instances. Destroys all MMI, then rebuilds them all from scratch. Dictionary that stores instances or transforms for this region. Okay, cool. So, after changing this data, format is instances, mesh instance ID has a cell, or is an array of instances is a dictionary keyed by mesh ID, which this doesn't make sense immediately. This is really weird. Cells grid yeah, I don't understand that at all. What they're writing here just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, they describe it better here. A dictionary keyed by the mesh ID, a dictionary keyed by the grid location of the 32 by 32 meter cell. What are they talking about? A 32 by 32 meter cell. Let me just check something really quick. Okay, so we can't go smaller than... Alright. Okay. So each region is devised into 32 by 32 cells. And that cell is then an array. Right, so basically I would get instances, a dictionary, I get a dictionary back where the keys are vector 2i's, and then from that I get an array which has the transform 3Ds, color array for each transform, then a boolean that tracks if this cell has been modified. Okay. Alright. So whenever I do that, I would have to say modified true. Is this correct? Ah, look at that. That's exactly what they do. They set it to true, and they call update MMIs for this region. Okay. All right, awesome. So I think what I will do is I might just make my own tool. That allows me to essentially draw a shape. That's kind of what I would really like to be able to do. I would like to essentially draw a shape and or I guess, yeah, I would draw a shape to essentially select some boundaries. I project that down onto the terrain, and I would pull from that the mesh of the terrain, and then I would place points inside of that mesh, which the mesh would be divided in a triangle, so I could just get every triangle face, and then decide if I want to put something there, and if I do, where in that cell. So yeah, that would also kind of nicely limit me to being able to only have a single object per cell. Is there a way I can turn on some debug material here so I can see? I'd like to see the mesh. I don't see any of that though. None of that's an option. What's control texture? I don't even know. Overlay, oh, vertex grid? Weird. Not contours. Right, so this is the instancer grid. The instancer grid is definitely not correct. It is absolutely not right. That's just literally not even correct. The region grid is also not correct. The contours is kind of whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure how why that's so messed up. It's just not even like close to being correct. Perhaps the material, maybe I just turn off the override and then the debug will work. No, so the debug is just totally broken. Yeah, that's just totally broken. The vertex points might be correct though. At least. I was hoping to be able to see the actual mesh itself. Oh, I guess actually, yeah, I don't know why I'm wondering that question. I can totally just make it it's got to be over here, right? Am I crashing? Yes, it's crashing. Well, it had to stop at some point, I guess. So Godot's crashing. I have to stop it. So give me a second. Let me see if I can end it this time without freezing. So back in 20 seconds if it doesn't work. Yeah, okay. All right, and we're back. Okay. No idea why that continues to happen. It is very specifically those menus, and sometimes they crash. It's not always. Sometimes they crash. But I'd really like to be able to see that, so I'm going to try it again. It's got to be something where, like, if the menu just loads incorrectly somehow. Like, if I move my mouse or something while clicking it, and it, like, loads incorrectly, then it totally kills itself. I bet it might even be dragging my mouse off the menu. Let's find out. It's fine. I think if it opens and I don't have it focused, then it totally obliterates itself. All right, so display wireframe. All right. Okay, cool. So that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the mesh. Now, can I remember why I want to do that? Right. So I want to do that because this essentially tells me I could even divide it into squares. A square is going to be way easier to map. Let me find somewhere that there's kind of like an extreme change in height. Yeah, so the squares are pretty good. Essentially, due to the shape of the terrain, this means if I draw a path that snaps to vertices of the terrain, then I can just query, I guess, a square here. And then if I decide to place an object there, I would pick one of the two triangles to place it on. And then using the vertexes of the triangle, I can map to a specific point inside of that triangle. Essentially, I think the idea would be I take this distance and this distance, and I compute a point as if it was a square. And if I'm outside of the square, outside of the triangle, then I negate. I can just kind of flip it over, right? I'd flip it over along this axis, I guess. Probably. There might be an easier way. That's just my initial thought for picking a random point. And then this would also allow, this gives me the nice case where if I look at Guy here, I could set up something where, I mean, I actually know the size of these triangles. So I could essentially just say, oh, these are 1 meter by 1 meter, right? So yeah, essentially what I'm trying to get at is I can get some free thing where I can say, all right, I can have 1 per cell, I can have 2 per cell, and the cell I would just call a whole meter. And if I can have 2 per cell, then I still need to do some distance checks, so basically this would stop me from overlapping meshes. I could I could program it so it reads from the scene, and the scene will just contain an area 3D that says, here's my area. I can't have objects in this collision layer, I guess, inside of my area. So that would allow me to if I'm painting stuff by hand, then I can have that collision happen. What you doing? I'm just thinking out loud about how I might set up my own sort of proton scatter type thing where I project just any polygon shape that I want onto the terrain, and I can place objects in that area. And perhaps another way to do this is, even in that case, I might say, all right, I want to remove certain you do be okay. The other case is where I have that area I've decided that I want to place stuff at. Then I want to go in there and say, all right, but I notice this tree or this plant is in a place that I don't like it. So I could just go in there and like click and then hit delete. How would I set that up? Probably similar to how I've done the curves, where if I can even show it. Okay, I'm gonna be very careful, hopefully it won't crash. Very careful with that menu. Okay. If I go to, I guess it's actually in, where is it? It should be in level blocking. Town? Oh, roads. I think, yeah, Iris has a curve. So here's the thing that I do, right? You can see these are just like really lame GUI stuff, but if I tick on right. So it creates these fake curve points, and essentially this is what I would do. But I think what I really wanted is the case where these curve points don't exist. I would essentially say, I would select my region, and then I would probably, I mean, I guess I can use my mouse, right? So if I click, I can try to find the closest mesh transform to where I've clicked and just create a marker 3D on that position, and then I find that marker 3D so that if I move the marker 3D, I move the actual mesh, and then it's saved like that. I think the idea with it is I would essentially start by, I could even do the same thing where I click and draw a path on the terrain. And like I said, the clicking would be bound it would attach to a vertex on the mesh. I would need to look up how... I would need to look at how this update transforms things work, because it does something where it can find any transforms that are, I guess, like not attached to the ground, or if their height is beneath the ground or something. Something like that. I don't know. I forgot where I was going with that one. Anyway, I could click and I could draw the path. I guess I would have... I guess I would use some projection thing. So if I modify the terrain, I can move those points up. And essentially, since, you know, the terrain mesh is flat like this, very careful with the wireframe. If I place a point, that point is always going to be there. So I guess the real question is, how do I join that polygon like this? I guess I just draw this straight line and do like the top-down projection of it and figure out which ones are inside that shape. Something like that. This might be getting really advanced, but I think I probably want something like this. I could probably look at proton scatter. Is it called proton scatter, or they just call it scatter? I don't know. They do something kind of like that. The shapes are weird though. They don't treat the terrain as like grid sections. They treat it as like a continuous surface. And they pick a location. They essentially do a raycast straight down. And then well, I guess if I'm talking about trees can kind of only go... They need to have like sunlight, right? I'm not going to have any extreme changes in height either, so... Anyway. I guess I could look at that one to see how they do their shape drawing, but I don't think I want to do like 90% of however they do stuff. This is really cool. The mesh changing here. Cool. I've never actually really looked at how that works. Or what that looks like. It's really cool though. Anyway. Enough of that probably. Alright, I think I'm gonna get lunch. Feeling hungry. Gonna eat early. So, I'll be back in a few minutes. And... yeah, I think I want to start working on that. I think I just straight up want my own system. I don't want anything that currently exists. And by anything that currently exists, I mean there's one thing that exists, and it's really laggy, and I don't think it supports me changing individual nodes like that. That's what I would really like to be able to do. And the part of it being laggy is because every time you change the polygon, it like redoes the whole thing. And I think it's random. I think its random number generator is really intense too, because it's like using a Bezier curve polygon path. I don't need that. I just want straight lines. In fact, I would be totally happy just drawing a bunch of squares. I would totally be happy with that. Or triangles. Triangles and squares. I'd be totally happy with that. Actually, is that how I could make it do that? I could cut the shape into... I would just tessellate this... I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, there's is like really laggy, I think, because their number generator is super slow. They operate on like curves, so they have this really complex formula to figure out if a point is inside of the curve. The result looks nice, but it's like I said, it's laggy. If I am like, okay, click, 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 lag. Then I add another point, lag. I move a point, lag. I change the curve, lag. It's really, really slow. And then, like I said, I can't go in there and move individual pieces or delete them, or like maybe I want to add one to a certain spot. In fact, I think what I would really like to do is just be able to like draw. Actually, that's probably what I would do, right? I think what I would do is I would click, I would add 3 points, and it would fill the area. And then I could either do like an undo so I can delete that, or I guess while the area is like temporary or something. No, I probably want to save it permanently. Yeah, I think just drawing 3 points is probably enough for me. I think I'd be totally happy just doing that. Nah, I should do like full polygon shapes. I would do full polygon shapes, straight lines though, and then I can fill that area. It's like a new region. I can click populate or something, and it would just clear out the area and fill everything in. I can move the shape around. It's not going to recompute it until I click populate. Maybe you could have some kind of intelligence where it already knows, it sees transforms that it has that are now outside the shape, so it will just delete those. That's probably all it would need to do. And if I expand it, then it would just add new shapes to those cells. That's probably the best way to do it, actually. That'd probably be really nice. It just tracks cells. And if I change the shape and add new cells, I just add the new cells and I say, this cell's not been populated yet, and then it would populate it. So that's probably would be really performant, actually. So then I could get live feedback without like obliterating stuff. I would just have to compute cell positions, which can be on the physics tick, so it's not affecting my frame rate. Yeah, that would be nice. All right, so I have an idea. I have a lot of ideas now. I think it's nice, but I need to be able to do it in a short time. I think these are pretty trivial problems. I don't think these are anything where I'm like trying to figure out architecture, or I don't think I'd be trying to figure out architecture or anything like that, or solving a problem that's never been solved before. Mesh operations with meshes, there's so many questions for those, and pretty much all of them have an answer. So I should be able to, the case where I want to snap my polygon to vertexes on the terrain, I can do, it's basically aliasing. I select the center point of every triangle. Is it inside of my shape? Is it not? All that stuff. It would basically just be taking vertex points and drawing a triangle, and then I can use that triangle to figure out what triangles on the terrain, what faces on the terrain are inside of that triangle for each triangulated thing of whatever crazy shape I make. I could even just say, you know, just straight up make a mesh creator, and I have to draw triangles. I'd be totally fine doing like new region, draw all the triangles, and let it do that. I'd be totally fine doing that. In fact, I might even prefer doing that. it would make it simpler for me and forcing me to also produce a mesh that is well triangulated instead of like doing guesswork and probably creating super thin triangles out of a mesh that just like don't even need to be there because it could be optimized with like another vertex somewhere in the middle instead of just making an n-gon. That kind of architecture might be a lot. I do say days though. My current thing for days, I believe I've said, is less than 12 days. So essentially I have 12 days. This is basically day one of doing anything. I really gotta think about that. Make sure I can do that. I think it's gonna be nice. I think it's gonna be nice because essentially what I do to the terrain is I provide it. I find each region that the triangle is in, and I tell it, here's my mesh transforms, and it will render those meshes. And I still have my own system under the hood that is aware of all those transforms as well. And it can... Oh, okay, so that was the thing. So the main thing is I need to make sure collision is in there. But here's the thing. What I'm saying right now is making my own system. I feel like I already have a pretty good idea of how I can do that. If I know the positions, I can do like an area 3D. I don't know. Maybe I should look at this more before I really commit to that and see what they're doing. Because a big part of it is reusing colliders, having very few colliders, reusing colliders, and making sure that we're continuously updating active colliders. So essentially my thought was I would tie it to certain entities. So I would say for every entity, I add it to some list with some number of 2 numbers. The number of colliders it should have enabled around it and how far away those colliders should be checked. But I think this one probably only checks, it just uses the camera location. But I don't want camera location. I want to use V2, V3. I want to use physical instances or objects. So I would say every physics tick, I say, all right, where's the player? Where's the player object? Right, I say he should have 10 colliders enabled around him, and there should be, I should look up to 5 meters away or something, or 10 meters away, whatever. And then I'm going to find all the collider enabled assets and slap their collider on there. And I would be reusing those shapes. Shapes might be really cheap to add. All right, I'm gonna get food, and I'm gonna eat and look through this and just read all the code and see what they're doing. Build from cell audit and shape recycling, right? That's what I thought. And sensor collision debug shapes. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that they're checking. I think it'd probably be ideal if I offload this stuff to the terrain and just tell it things, and then I might have my secondary system for if I'm aiming with a gun, I can just do a ray cast and figure out, I collide that with the terrain. I guess I can't collide it with the terrain. I would do a ray cast. I would turn on colliders in front of that ray cast and check to see if it should be hitting a tree. Or I guess I could have like area 3Ds that I spawn at like each terrain chunk, and I do a ray cast through those, and I just say, all right, we hit the first area 3D, let's turn on all the colliders and see if it hits anything. It says, all right, we didn't hit anything, and then we go to the next one and we just do that. That could be another idea. Let me check if I specifically say it. Goes from trees between players and any visible zombies. So all zombies that are in line of sight need to have trees turned on around them. And actually preferably just all zombies should have. If they're going to move, they need to check that they're not trying to move inside of a terrain collider enabled object. And when firing weapon at a distant tree, I want this to always happen. If my raycast would hit a tree with a collider on it, then it needs to hit that tree. So like literally, if I make a gun that shoots across the entire map and I stand on one side and I shoot a tree over there, and let's say I turn on bullet impacts, you could see the bullet hit the tree. You would see it happen. I think probably doing like region stuff would be nice too. I could say, for each terrain region, I would spawn an area 3D that goes 10 meters above the highest point and extends from the lowest point of that region and to the highest point plus 10 meters. So I have a nice big axis aligned bounding box, and I can just check that raycast through that box. If it intersects the box, I need to check all the trees inside of that, or I guess turn them on or something before I do the full raycast or whatever. I'll have to figure it out. And it might even just be a thing that when, as you're aiming around, it's just updating in front of you. That could be at a really low tick rate. So I know I'm still talking and I said I was going to get food like 3 times now, but if you're sweeping across, I don't want to be doing like a check every single physics frame for that. I don't need to do that. I think I only have to do it if, or I think I only have to do it like, if I fire the gun, I can use that first raycast. Actually, yeah, that's actually the only time it matters. So I can fire the gun, and oh, there's also the thing for the scope. I think the scope has something for, okay. So perhaps what it would be is all the time, like every half second, I'm doing the raycast to turn on tree colliders in front of the weapon. If I fire, if it's been longer than a half second, then do it. Or maybe I would say a short timer, so if it's been longer than 15 frames or 16 frames, I do a forced update, and that's probably all I would really need, I think. And then while it's firing every 16 frames, I'm doing the full sweep through the terrain to turn on the colliders, turn off other colliders that I'm not seeing anymore. So at least handle the case where if I take my gun and I start shooting and I sweep across the whole terrain, it can still hit trees intermediately, or in between. I guess there's just the obvious thing that it's going to be doing it every 16 ticks, which, I mean, if I really think about it, that's like less than a quarter of a second. Or I guess that would be a quarter of a second. I could even do it 8. I could scale it to whatever I want to reduce that. Reduce the impact on physics. Alright. I'm gonna go grab food for real now. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Alright. Got food. I am going to read this code while I eat. Hey, Ilya. I got nothing anyway. Yeah. I saw that picture you just sent. Linux. Some download Linux. Game Awards isn't on my stream time. I'm probably not gonna. It probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to watch that anyway. Today. Why can I? Is there any information about anything? Okay. Nominees. Oh, love it. I love that. I love that. They like obliterated. They nuked their site. Really? Is this real? Is this legit? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I hate this. I hate this Game Awards, to be honest. I probably hate this Game Awards. I would hate it so much. All right, yeah. It's probably a good thing that I don't watch that. I wouldn't watch that on stream. I would be unbearable, perhaps. All right. Wrong thing. There. Camera too bright. Wow. Whoops. Guess I can just step this down and then turn this up. It's very high contrast. That helps a little bit. Stop resisting nanite. I think I actually do have to change the window because the sun is actually shining on me now. So, lumen, yeah, I got it. I kind of hope the clouds stay. It makes the lighting a lot softer and nicer. Cool. Change the window. Did I? Well, yeah. I mean, I think it would just be nice if I had like curtains, I guess. If I just got curtains, like diffuse curtains. I should definitely do that. Like very thin white curtains. So light can still come through very well and that will make it diffuse. That'd actually be awesome. That could like literally make the room brighter. All right, well, I'll remember that. I'm going to remember that. There's some like leftover timer here. Constant in time. And it's not used anywhere. I sure hope they take that out. I sure hope they take that out before they merge that. That would just be needlessly slower for nothing. It's like, yeah, this is like a debug timer. Why is it not? First of all, how did he leave that? Second of all, I actually can't hit it. I was gonna say there should be a logging method that you write. You say debug log start timer and give it a name, and then you say debug log end timer, give it a name. But honestly, like this is fine because I do that. I kind of prefer that. Especially for code where you don't want to leave it there. You want to delete it later. But if it's like a macro, then it goes away. Anyway. Hey, Demo. Why are you screaming? Generate instances. Well, this is its own class called Terrain 3D Collision. How did I miss that? Okay, interesting. My room is a mess, but I don't want to clean it? Yeah. There's things I've been putting off. And every day I'm like, all right, after I work today, then I'm going to do this. And then I don't. And then that happens for like a week. At least the last like 2 days that I've been saying I need to do something, I have been streaming until like 8. So probably need to cut myself off earlier today. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Disney invested $1 billion on OpenAI and allowed them to use Disney products at the same time they sued Google for copyright infringement. Huh? Top dog in the Trust Me Bro benchmarks. Wow, at the same time, it's pretty funny. All right, so what I'm reading so far is that it more seems to be taking in cells or regions or something like that. And yeah, cell positions array. Oh, I guess that's actually what it is, right? Each region has cells. So when they say cell, they actually do mean cell location. Cell positions array, instance data. Wait, vector 3 cell positions, that's not correct. Get cell position. Okay. Not really sure what that means, but alright. Terrain get instancer cell size. Yeah, I don't really get that one. Why does it have 3D, but then it's only using 2D? That seems strange. Is ignoring you? Yeah. Recyclable instance shape keys. I don't even know. Generate instances. There's a lot of stuff going on there. I wasn't reading chat. Yeah. I'm reading. What is this else? If reusable is not empty. Okay, we pull one. Ah, okay. I'm assuming that's what that means. We pull one and then we shape ID, body set shape transform. Cool. PS physics server? Probably. Oh. Yeah, we'll look at that now. What video? Oh, no, we're not looking at that video. set shape data, get shape chat. Shape get data, so we're just basically copying it over. If we didn't, we create one from the shape type, and we add it, so on and so on. Does it support multiple shapes? It looks like it doesn't. It looks like it only supports one shape. So you get one shape. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Blurry camera, hello. Okay. I'm okay with just one shape. What do you mean it's not that one? Wait. Okay. You said that you sent me a video before, so I was confused why there was... I thought I saw it. I guess I did not see it. Wait, what is this? Okay. Danilin, don't send me a video like that again. Please. The thumbnail alone is a no. Okay. You wouldn't even try. Instance static body RID. Is that how they do this? Instant static body? Okay, cool. So they use one static object that I assume just shares the mask and layer of terrain, which I think is fine. Perhaps it's a bit annoying though, because terrified of mentioning the Game Awards. Okay. What? I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna say yes or no. The only issue I see with this is I would like to be able to have that instant static body RID. I didn't mean to say RID. I would like it to have its own well, okay, here's the thing. Wait a second, how will I do decals on the trees? Never mention that to me ever again. Okay. I don't think I've ever said that. And you said, don't send me a video like that again. And I ended it with please. I said please. Okay? I said please. Such an eggshell? I don't know what that means. You call me fragile? I don't think so. How do I place the decal on the mesh? And how do I know where to put that? I guess it just means the colliders need to be complex. They allow me to have concave polygons. They allow that. So I guess I can put that on there. Okay, I guess that's fine because those are bound to the mesh asset. Mesh asset? Yeah, the mesh asset. They're bound to that. So I can have a collider that is just the mesh asset. And since I mean, oh my gosh, words. And all right, you know what? I've got it. I got it. So I can do the raycast. I can have a simple collider. So I just have like a cylinder, capsule, a box, whatever. Not a box. I can raycast to that box. If I hit it, then I say, all right, let's do let's spawn in the dense collider and see if I hit that. And if I hit that, then I know exactly where I should put the decal. Exactly where to play the effects, the decal, all that. If I don't hit the detailed one, then I continue forward, right? Until I... Right. Okay. I guess the only question is, does it get laggy if I shoot next to a bunch of trees in a line and I shoot near them? Does the game lag in that case? Because it has to keep stopping, putting the detailed mesh, checking that one, and then on and on. Amish but uses Linux? I don't... Here's the thing. If I open these on the other one, then... Whatever, fine. I'm doing it. I should open it like that. Glass and bones, paper skin. Okay. Sure. That would get laggy, wouldn't it? Because I'd have to keep placing those shapes. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, the concave? Yeah. The concave ones are probably fine to use. Because I bet the physics server produces that axis aligned bounding box already. It has to, right? So it should be fine to just use the complex collider. Oh, and it is per shape, so I can actually have a bunch of shapes. Awesome. I can actually have a bunch of shapes. I can also just make the tree assets so that I have a concave collider and not a convex one. I could also just do that. RS? What is RS? Render server? Scenario? I've not seen that word before in this code base. Scenario? This actually doesn't look too bad. Dynamic mode. I'm guessing this one is when it's not dynamic mode. Yeah, else. So update instance collision has to do like I don't even know actually. Alright, but that looks good. And by looks good I mean I don't know. I just have read through the code and I kind of get what it's doing. At the high level. Why do they have 3D though? It's really weird. What the hell is that? No, that's crazy. What are you writing? What is this? Terrain get collision question mark. Build, otherwise void? Void? You're insane. That's crazy. Don't. Stop. Stop. Don't do that. Stop. That's actually nuts. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Dude. That's crazy. If terrain get collision, run this. Don't do a one-line ternary. That's you're actually crazy. That's a JavaScript thing. This is literally JavaScript. This dude wrote JavaScript in C++. That's also a bad JavaScript thing. That's like code golf JavaScript. That is I don't know what the definition of maintainability means in JavaScript. Insane. Collision shapes. Shapes pushback, shape transforms. Yeah, okay. What? What? Why is this adding thumbnail reference and then just moving the function call up? Why? Okay, well, I think I get it. Essentially, this is just a shape manager, a collision shape manager. The only thing I don't like, yeah, actually, the only thing I don't like is that these bodies should be per, the body should be per mesh asset. So if you have 10 assets, you have 10 meshes, you have a different body for that. And you could ask the terrain, hey, which mesh asset is this body? And it will tell you. That's the one thing that this should have. Maybe I ask the guy writing this to do that. Maybe I ask him. Create a body per mesh asset. All right, I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna go to the PR for this, and I'm going to put a comment on here. Right. I really hope they do that. I really hope they do that. I'll even actually do an edit here. The GitHub Linux E. Oh, wait, what was it? I'm starting to draw the decals before the glass. I don't know, man. Just do it correctly. Stop doing it the wrong way and start doing it the right way. I think, should I look at the Discord? Am I still in this Discord? I am. But I can't remember, do they use Aiden Davey? Is this the same guy? Maybe? Oh well. Okay. I think this is really big. I think having this would be big. Because I would literally have a use case for this too. I would like a blocking collider for the tree and know that it's a tree. Because I would look up the mesh asset ID and be like, oh, this is my tree. And then I would have a different mask for a bush so I can still do some test and see if I'm colliding it, but it's not actually going to block the player from walking into it. And then I can pull that body too and just like ask the question, hey, are you overlapping the player? And it would otherwise have no collision on it. It would just be like a no layer, no mask. So it doesn't collide with anything. Yeah. I guess it would just have no layer. Yeah, it would just not have a layer. It'd have a mask. It wouldn't even need a mask. I don't know. I guess it would have a layer, but then the player doesn't have the mask for that layer. So the player just can walk into it. Okay. So yeah, I think I want to start with getting it so I can like click and draw shapes. I would definitely like to be able to do a thing where I can click, snap it to the vertex that's nearest where I clicked, and then I get to place 2 more points. That creates a triangle. And then How would I handle a fourth point? I guess what I would do is I'd pick the two closest vertexes and call that it, as long as I'm not clicking inside of something else. So if I click out, if I have to click outside the shape, I get the two closest vertexes and I connect to those. Does that always work? I guess it does always work. And then if I said, oh no, that was wrong, I can right click to delete it and then click and add that vertex. Is there a way to fix that seam in the grass texture? There is. Detiling. I guess for dev, I can probably turn this off. Because it's not a big deal. There it is. But now everything is green. Actually, it's still there. I can still kind of see it. It's not a very good detail. The thing is, there used to be like an option specifically for that. Like the detailing I set. I would be able to set the rotation on that. I don't know why they took that away. Oh, I think it's probably here, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. The detailing stuff. Okay, so those are all saved then. So that's good at least. The engine LOD removes it? No, the shader doesn't have it anymore. They changed the minimal shader and got rid of textures, which is the base shader that I was using with like a few changes. So I was like, all right, well, I can't use that one anymore. So then I went to lightweight. Lightweight doesn't have detailing. So I'm just kind of out of luck at the moment. That's something I gotta add back in later. Or I can find some other way to do it. Some smarter way. Perhaps, and get that. Because as far as I'm aware, Java doesn't... Well, I guess Java does have it. I think they just rotate the grass texture 9 degrees randomly. But it didn't used to do that, I think. Or maybe it always did that? I don't know. Minecraft does something. But yeah, you can see... I'm at like 220, 230, 240 sometimes. Detailing, I'm at 180, 190. So I lose like 50 FPS. With visually, that's the only thing that's changed. I'll have to figure it out. But yeah, I guess for now I can turn it off. Though they don't have auto shader on, which is weird. I don't understand. Oh, I guess I would do auto shader on. Okay, and then I get the options. Though it clearly has different things happening. Yeah, and auto shader's like another 10 FPS to turn that on. Alright, well, I can leave it like that for now. So I at least have something that doesn't look just all pure green. Okay. Alright. I'm going to... How can I do this? First of all, I gotta make sure everything is synced up here. Alright, so I do physics checks there. Okay, and I think that all worked, so. So now what I'm going to do is I think I might just like copy his branch or something. I think I can probably do that. Let me try doing it on GitHub though. So, branch. Can do like new branch. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. From this fork or its upstream repository, can I... I can probably create a branch from someone else's repository. Remote, add, what? What are they talking about? This doesn't seem right. I guess I've never tried that, but I guess that makes sense. A lot of guessing in that sentence. All right, so I would do get remote add. I give it whatever name I want, and then switch. Okay, okay. Get remote add. I'll call it collision, and I will give it where do I have this? I don't know, apparently. Copy that one. Just get remote. Okay. Get remote. So be now it is fetch the name. Okay, they said that they tried that and it did not work. Git switch. Branch. If branch was not found, but there does exist a tracking branch in exactly one route, treat as equivalent to switch branch, track remote branch. Okay, so I should be able to do just the name of that branch. Can I need to copy the name. How do I get a branch? Fetch. With the name of a remote. Okay, okay. Awesome. Cool. Okay. No. No. Wait, what? That's not what I thought it would do. Push. Get remote. Copy a branch from another repository. Get remote add HTML5. Get remote there. Fetch remote data. Check out. How do I... What? Oh, is it checkout using... Right, okay. It's... I think I get it. Okay. So I'm on this branch. Instance collision. So I'm going to do get switch C origin. I think I just have to do origin. No, I'm here. Okay. Now should we do get push. Set upstream origin. That. How many days would you survive in the wild? A lot. Wait, no, 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 no. What is that? That's not what I meant to do. I. Ah, damn it. All right, delete branch. Delete branch. Push dash D. Okay. One sec. I'm back. Okay. Branch dash D, branch push dash D. Okay. Wait, what? No, just push. Delete doesn't make sense without any refs. What are you talking about? Oh, remote name, branch name. Right, okay. Liar? Check Discord for new... What? What do you mean liar? A lot. The answer is just a lot. Here, what is this? Mr. Beast. Okay. Funny. All right. Deleted that. Cool. Branch. Okay, so I should use get push. Awesome. There we go. There we go. All right, I got the name right. And then I guess I would do get log. All right, sorry about that. He's forgetting to chew. I'm giving him treats and he's like literally swallowing it and like not chewing it. All right. Now he's gonna run away. All right, cool. So head, what does any of this mean? All right, anyway, I think now I see what GitHub thinks about this. What does GitHub think about this? All branches, all branches, all branches, branches. So instance collision, what is it? Yeah, I want to see what it thinks about this branch though. I was hoping to see. Okay, well, I mean, I got what I wanted. I have the branch here. Wait. So, Zombie Game has a certain branch, main. These are both built off main, I think, right? But I want instance collision to point to not here. I don't want it to point there. But right here, it looks like, can I read? It looks like it's pointing the right place. It says this. It says we're looking at this one. So it's literally fine. It's literally fine. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to rebase my branch. I want to rebase this onto give me interactive. Awesome. That's what I want to see. All right. All of those. Yeah, I'm rebasing this one on. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is fine. Sweet, okay, they applied with no issue. Okay. Now push. Rejected is behind. I guess I just do git push F. Okay. So now we should be more commits ahead of 21. Good. Why does it say... I guess because I cherry picked, so my... Sure. Whatever. Alright. Now it's in. Now it's in. So... I guess now I just build it and see what happens. Yeah, save. Awesome. That went really well. I'm really happy that I didn't have to do anything for that. I mean, there's no floating points, so that's really the only way something could go awry. Okay, well now, I guess I open up test tree, and I'm gonna put a... Yeah, I think just a collision shape, right? Yeah, collision shape 3D. Then I need to add I guess just a capsule. And why don't I see it? Change type area 3D. Oh, did I turn it off? Is that what's happening? And Godot crashed. Alright, see you in 20 seconds. Ridiculous. It might be a problem when I move too fast. I cannot move the mouse too fast. I say as I move the mouse very fast. Okay, save. Now be careful here. It crashed. Alright, be right back. Again. $3,000 frames, 60 FPS, 50 seconds. Rip 50 seconds of stream. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's it. That's all I needed. I just needed to see this. That's it. But I gotta get greedy. One more click. And it crashed. Godot, so cool. I'll be able to get this clicking eventually. Maybe the trick is I actually gotta go faster. Because I was going really slow there and it crashed instantly. So maybe it's just actually just pure RNG. Maybe it is pure RNG on whether or not it's going to crash or not. Okay. I've got it how I want it. Alright. Okay. There's also a thing with like the offsets. I think I'll be able to see it when I put it in. Well, I just know what it should be, but I'm not going to move it. Go to world. And I'm going to place one of these. It should just be there. I should probably clear those. Yep. Test tree. Click. Oh, I probably have to turn it on. What is this? Flip map target? I guess it does say game. So I guess you can do dynamic editor. Full editor. I should see that collider pop up. That's very laggy. It's taking a long time to run. Was that a mistake, changing that? Has Godot crashed? I don't think so. I don't know. I did full editor before and it didn't actually freeze. Because when I launch the game, it has to do that. It builds a whole... Alright. I think Godot must have crashed. It shouldn't be sitting there still. Okay, so maybe it didn't crash because it closed immediately? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so I won't turn that on. Alright, cool. I still need to get this to like actually save and close correctly, so I'm gonna hit save and I'm gonna hit quit. So I can have the colliders display. Because I really need to see those. Okay. Alright, so... what it should be doing is it should be looking through children to find collision shape 3Ds and spawning those. So I'm not sure why it's not doing that. Right, anyway, there's a tree. And I don't see the collider. But I guess I will just run up there and see if it's there. $400 errors. 900 errors. That's crazy. Could not get region. Okay, so a lot of warnings. Failed to build jolt physics capsule shape with height 0, radius 0. Okay. Interesting. So it's got the capsule stuff, but yeah, so... In that case, I'm expecting I walk into this and I just walk straight through it. It's there. It has a collider on it. I can climb the tree. And I can actually stand on top of it too. Okay, awesome. Those errors are interesting. That was 1,000 errors. There's only one tree here. So I'm not sure how it managed to do that. So I'm guessing it's just a bad thing that it's done with This looks like all the regions that are near me too. But lots of warnings though. Interesting. Okay. So that must be... don't cut, actually. Can I... Okay. So it's all in terrain collision, right? Whoops. Alright, so here we get the shape type. Capsule shape create. Shape ID. Add shape. So is it this order is wrong? It probably is. It's probably the order is wrong. You probably do it like that. Yeah. It's probably got to be the order of those. The order of those two is wrong. So this is in modules, jolt physics, shapes, build. Modules, shapes, build. All right, build. Height, radius, fail. So this should be like... Okay, cool, there's only 100 of these. Jolt shape try build. Okay, so it must be that. Yeah, they're all running try build. Yeah, shape dot. Yeah, so it looks like you're supposed to have the settings there before you send it. That would make a lot of sense. Okay. Because it did work. It just, you know, printed 1,000 printed 1,000 errors before it did. I'm still gonna expect to see all of those warnings. Just hopefully not also the errors. So yeah, this is way less now. Can I get regions? It's fine. I hope I don't see those errors pop up. Okay, cool. Alright, so now it's just this warning. There is an error in the middle. Okay, the errors are ignoring warnings. Alright. Okay. That's a big fix. Then I hit the thing. And it stops me. Very nice. Okay. Cool. So one thing about this that I want to go ahead and fix is the fact that these are always centered like this. So I need to make the mesh physically sit higher, not just with the transform. So it looks like I actually have the center offset right here. So I guess I move it up 4 meters. Oh, perfect. All right. So now it's centered there, and the shape does copy the transform of the shape. So I do that. All right. So that should it should update. I can probably just reload scene. And it should stick out of the ground now. Nice. And then that collider should be up there too. I guess I wouldn't really know. I mean, I can know because I can use the climbing glitch that I currently have on movement. All right, tall tree. What? Oh, it's weird. It's being really weird. Why am I going through it? Why am I going through it? It should be copying the transform of the shape, but it looks like I get about halfway up and I go through it. So I'm really confused about that. So is it about halfway up that I go through it? Or am I just actually reaching the top? No, I'm already on it. Okay, so yeah, that collider is not correct. Which I'm surprised by, because I don't know how it could be putting in the wrong place. But it must be. Set shape data, add shape. But body set shape transform. Body add shape. Oh. They're missing this line. But it's still putting in the right place. How is it doing that? Oh, this transform. Okay, it's right there. It does it already. Okay. Get shape transforms eye. Also, I think this is an order. It's like child parent, right? It's child times parent. Or is it parent times child? I do see this debug thing. Is that... No. How can I show colliders in game? Debug menu, visible collision shapes. Oh, cool. All right. So where is it? Oh my gosh. I don't see it. So why am I always seeing this raycast? Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, this raycast needs to not show up in debug. All right. When you're able to see collision, you see the raycast too? Yeah, I figured that out. And you know what? The hitboxes need to be reduced a little bit. Those are a little too visible. Oh, collider. This is what? Hurtbox. Bring it down to like 50. Okay. And then my actual capsule collider. Okay. Now let's make that bright green so it's really obvious. I don't understand why the tree isn't showing up. The collider is obviously there. It's definitely there. But it's not there. And it has this weird... There's something really weird with this collider. Hmm. What if I turn on dynamic in the game? Will I see it now? No. Oh, it actually doesn't work anymore with dynamic in game. Oh. Oh, wait. It's here. It just took it a second. Load in, I guess. Also, all the errors went away. Hmm. Why does it not show? I actually get it. They don't show up because they're not... It's not like that. This debug turns on the collision shape node. The collision shape node will render its shapes. This is just a collision shape that exists purely on the physics server. It's not sent. It's not a real thing, so that's why. But Is editor mode Q debug mesh update? But perhaps it will show here if I do editor dynamic. I'll see that mesh appear. What is this line, by the way? Okay, so it's not showing that. It is enabled. Collision shape is there. Oh, it's there. It's here. Aha. Now I see it. Now I see what I suspected all along. So why is it rotated like that? I have no clue. That one perplexes me. I have no clue why it's rotated. Oh, it's because when I drew it? That's why. I bet if I turn off this being a billboard, I'll see what's really going on. Hit save. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So it just spawned it sideways. Which, for a billboard, it's hard to notice that. But if it was an actual mesh, which it would normally be an actual mesh, you would see right away that your tree is sideways. But that's good though. That's good that I noticed that. I had a suspicion about that. I guess what I do is I probably just make it a not a Y billboard. Just do normal billboard. So then it will still oh wait, no, it doesn't take on the rotation at all. Okay, so interesting. Interesting. Does particle billboard? No. Also, you see this collider way over there in the distance? That's funny. Why is that over there? What's that doing over there? Okay, well. Okay. Can I make this two-sided? I guess a plane mesh. Ah. Alright. Godot crashed. Okay. I can't use any menus, man. Like, they all have a chance to kill it. 20 seconds, be right back. I guess it's actually more like 10 seconds now, isn't it? Sorry, I missed that. Check this out. Patreon testing. Do I want to check this out? Okay. I already saw this though. I already saw this. Right? You already sent that? Yes. Oh, this is different. Okay, never mind. Neat. This can't be real. Maybe you should make different scenes. What do you mean maybe I should make different scenes? What was I doing before it crashed? Oh yeah, I was trying to change this to a cylinder mesh. And now I have to also load a texture, which has a chance of crashing. Alright, cool. Tree trunk. Oh, and I don't get a center offset now. That's unfortunate. Um... Can I move it with a shader? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think Z even does anything. Oh, this should be pi, shouldn't it? 3.14. Perfect. Now, since different projects, your big project is crashing. This is totally a Godot thing. It is literally just like opening pop-up menus. Have like a it's like a 1 in 50 chance every second that it crashes. That's like some kind of odds like that. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's something like that. There's just a chance that it's constantly going to crash. Why can't I transform this one? Why can't I do that with the planes, but I can't do it with this one? Like this? And I think it's more if I hover my mouse over it. Hovering my mouse over this pop-up menu just has a chance of crashing. And it's a really weird, it's a weird crash where it essentially gets stuck in a while true loop and it never ever updates anymore. Never updates. And I have to close Godot. And then I guess something with the window manager or whatever I have going on gives it like 10 seconds to close on its own, but it just never responds. It's like totally unresponsive. Alright, I think I can probably do box mesh. No, I still can't move it up. Damn. Okay, cylinder mesh. I'm gonna make a standard material. I'm gonna put a texture on it. And I guess technically this is roughness too, isn't it? Rough. Okay. Maximally rough. Then we'll do UVs. Or like 4 there. And I guess I could actually do tri-planar. Does that work? Yes, it does. Nice. But then X, I think, still needs to be this I thing. No, that doesn't work. Never mind. All right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do convert to shader material, and then I'm going to edit this shader. I'm just going to add vertex XY plus center position. And this would be a uniform vec3 center position. All right, cool. Nice. Okay. Oh yeah, it's Wayland. I don't know. It didn't used to happen. Like, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe there was like a Wayland update that I got. Because I've been using 4.5 for a while and that didn't happen. And then I did some... Yeah, it probably is. Actually. Alright, but cool. I guess I'm gonna make unique and then save as simple why does it open this text box that's literally not even there? Why does it do that? AR simple vertex offset. Are we serious right now? You seeing this? I get one letter at a time. Awesome. I love that. I get one letter at a time there. Very cool. That is so stupid. Alright, but there we go. Now I have a cylinder mesh. A really detailed one too, I think. And I can see that it's actually tilted. Okay. Though the collider's not there. I'm sure it'll appear eventually. At some point it's gonna appear. It might be a bug where I just have to walk out of range and then I come back. Still gone. That is a thick tree, by the way. Alright, I should be totally out of range. I still expect to not see... Okay, cool. The abstract, or the axis line bounding box is totally wrong. Oh yeah, because it's down there. So I guess I do... -1, 0, -1, and then 1, or I guess this would be 2, ten, 2. All right. Rings? I guess 0. I definitely don't need 64. You could probably get away with like... Honestly, I'll go with 5. From the ground, well, maybe I'll do 6. I don't know, if I'm making this like the worst LOD version of it, then I probably need to make it like... Sure, a hexagon. What does rings mean? The number of edge rings along the inner height. Changing the rings does not have any visual impact unless a shader or procedural method is using to alter vertex data. Okay, so I probably just leave that like that. All right, cool. Okay. Neat. Okay. That's interesting. That's not the mesh that it should be. There we go. So is it the case that this terrain has like... Wait, height offset? Oh wow, I never even looked at that. I'm stupid. Okay, well, I mean, whatever. Cast shadows on. Cool. Double-sided. I don't think trees need double-sided. Shadows only. They're just on. Alright, so was it actually because I had a random tilt? Ah. 10 degrees of tilt. Okay. Alright, I see. What's going on? Why can't I? Okay. I'm back. I sent you a screenshot of the early test of 5.2. Top tog. Okay. Yep. How many R's in garlic? There are 0 R's in garlic. Why are these all tilted the same way? Oops. I guess that was just RNG, that they were tilting the same way. Alright, but cool. So I can place them now? Kind of. I guess I should be using a height offset, shouldn't I? No, probably not. Yeah, I don't think so. I think I don't use height offset. Ever. At all. I wish these options were also not hidden behind buttons. It's kind of similar that they are. But oh well. I can turn that off. I actually don't need that. Fixed tilt, random spin. See like 2 degrees. I don't think trees typically don't rotate like that. All right. Okay, well now I guess I find out. Can I turn off this thing that's happening? Can I not see that? The region grid's still just totally broken. How'd they mess those up? How did they mess that up? Honestly, it's probably related to the fact that some floats are being read in as doubles, and then they bit and manipulate that double representation of the float. That's probably exactly it. Can I just not see this? Can you not show me that? It's like very annoying that it shows me that. And I kind of can't turn it off. Would it be here? Like a terrain thing here? Because that is actually just knowing that that's there. Mesh instance 3D custom AABB. What? Oh, it crashed. Okay. I think it actually is just a timer. It's just a random chance, like every tick, that it's just gonna die. Because I never even moved my mouse over that. I kept my mouse still this whole time, and it crashed. See you in 10 seconds. All right. Yes. Team Vash. How can I make that go away? I want to see this. Is there really nothing I can do to get rid of that? Alright, I'm gonna believe that this is probably... I was gonna say a debug thing, a script thing that I might be able to change. Maybe not. It might not be. Because what I thought is this should be... This should be a thing from view, right? I'm just going to look at it again. No crash, hopefully. I'm not touching the mouse. It crashed. I see it. It happened. It's literally RNG that it crashes. Wow. Literally RNG. So... I don't know what any... It doesn't look like any of these are related. I was hoping to see like terrain 3D region grid or something like that. It's clearly 10 seconds. Okay. It's clearly something. It's obviously a debug view, right? But where is it? Overlays. It's not this, though. This is definitely a debug view. It's not this either. So what is it? It's probably not tools, is it? No. It's probably... Maybe it's util. No. No, it's probably on terrain 3D. But I'm not exactly sure Like, I really want to get rid of this. This is, I really, really don't like how that's visible all the time. But it's gonna be really hard to find it. Oh my gosh, they started it here? Freaks. Freaks. Because I think to render something like that, it's something special. There's something special there. Maybe it's in region? Maybe each region? No, that wouldn't make any sense because a region doesn't exist until you create it. So this is definitely from terrain somewhere. Let me, I guess, look it up and see if it's... I'm just being stupid and I just don't see the setting. I don't know what to call it. Oh, why'd you do that? No, no, no. Yeah, turn off. Turn off. Good. Literally, yeah, I thought it should be a gizmo, but it's... Dude. How are they doing it? Because it even has to be a special debug thing specifically because that's just how Godot works. That is rendered on like a debug layer. There's code around that I should be able to find. And it should be categorized as a gizmo, I think. Region Gizmo. Region Gizmo. Main color green, yellow? I guess so. So yeah, here's the question. Editor node 3D Gizmo. So what you're supposed to do is this is supposed to be like a registered thing, right? Intertree. Yeah, okay. Let me go to the... Wow, I'm really bright now. Whoops. Okay. Git gizmo name. Editor node 3D gizmo plugin. Enter tree. Editor plugin. Editor gizmo. Simple approach. Does... Okay. How do you hide it? Set hidden. So, like, I want a button there. I like a checkbox there. How do I get that? Terrain menu. Add check item. These are IDs and order must be consistent with add item and set disabled IDs. Okay. It's not a named enum, so I don't have to worry about that. Alright, cool. So how do I use this? Just display a checkmark to have a built-in checking behavior. Checked, unchecked manually. Set item checked. Okay. Get check item. Toggle item checked. Okay, but I would love to know like what its state is. Is item checked? Okay, is item checked. All right. Okay. Get pop-up. Is item check? So I guess to do var I toggle it and then I retrieve the current value. And then I would go out to here. So I need to access. It would just be like terrain 3D. Yeah, how do I get that? I have to get that somehow. I can probably just do like get plugin or something. Or maybe plugin? What is this? Editor plugin. Oh. I do have access to this. Plugin.nav region. Awesome. So I get region gizmo. Okay. Wait, what is that? Oh. Set hidden to be. So if it is checked, then I want to show it. Alright, cool. And I guess it should be checked by default, right? Wait, why does it keep showing? Oh, that's annoying. All right, so we're just being dirty. We're just being gross. Is what this is. This is just gross. Just don't do that. Just don't do that. That is super stupid. Why is it back? So, what is set hidden? What about get hidden? What about that? Right. So this must do something, like showing itself. How is this showing? Terrain, add gizmo. Terrain 3D, add gizmo. Attaches the given gizmo to this node. brightness just keeps fluctuating in this room so much. It's getting brighter and darker. Yeah, so it shows as soon as I hover over this, it shows. So I guess let me go look at Godot's code for what set hidden is supposed to do. Hidden layer 0 or 1 shift there. So layer, set layer mask. Interesting. So set hidden as current state equals hidden. Set hidden. So is there a way to set a layer then? Instance set layer mask. Rendering server instance set layer mask. Okay. Visual instance 3D set layer mask. Editor gizmos. Okay, so let me just see if set layer mask exists here. Mouse quad. RID. Mesh array. Terrain update gizmos. What? Oh, terrain. Wait, what's terrain? Terrain is a terrain 3D. Node 3D update gizmos? I'll be back in a minute. Right back. Yes, what does update gizmos do? Update gizmos call deferred. They gotta be like turning off. It's gotta be like turning itself back on. But I don't understand how it's doing that. That's not called at all. That's not called at all. Wait, this isn't even everything. Oh, no, it is. Editor Node 3D Gizmo. That's a Gizmo plugin. I don't know. Do you think they're all setting state? Set state. No. Get gizmo. No. All right. You know what? I just literally don't want it at all. I literally don't even want it. So just go away. Don't do this. Just go away. It has to be like showing itself somehow. I don't know how else I don't know what other way it could be operating. It's got to be like deliberately showing itself. But I can't find where that's happening. I can't find where that's happening. And honestly, I don't want it. I literally don't want it. I can't think of a reason why I ever want to see that. So I just don't want it. Cool. Now it's gone forever. Nothing in the errors. Okay, peace. Peace. And I guess I'm just gonna delete these other changes I made. Okay. So yeah, just commented those out. That's all I did. Okay. And then I changed the debug stuff. I guess I can leave that for now. Yeah, I might just add like all of this, which I actually will add all of this. Add character, player, environment, terrain. I don't want that one. Awesome. Very cool. It's very cool, Danilin. Terrain data, and then oh, and then scene plants. And then world should be nothing. Okay, cool. Okay. Test trees with colliders. Update terrain 3D. Instance collision. Okay, random line changes, I guess. Oh, wait. I changed it there. I didn't change it in... Well. I'm a little dumb. I did find the right place. It just, you know, it was busted. Why are those lines up there? Those lines shouldn't be up there. Those lines shouldn't be up there. Terrain 3D collision. Line 190. What? Oh, I'm just misreading this. Okay, that's it. I wonder if he's already replied or something. Because I'd kind of like to send this because that's like a real thing that needs to be fixed. Where would it be at? I have so many of these open. I think I can just close that one. It's highlighted blue. What does that mean? Okay, cool. If you're willing and able to contribute. So, how do I send that then? Because that's a thing. Cool. This is a real thing. I guess I would just make a PR. I don't know. What is it? Git status, git add. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, my side is a bit different. I have different commits, so if I send something to his, it's not going to be right. How do I do this? I should send it right away, since he's said he would like the help. And this would be a good change. I guess I can... Right. I can cherry pick this commit back. Right? Yeah. Okay. Like that. Her body ad shape. So... It's got to be something like the cherry pick commit, right? Okay. So I think I just would copy. Okay. Git log. Epic. Okay. And then... Man, I have to like keep adjusting this. Cool. All right. And then It's gonna say no, but doesn't tell me like what I can do. I guess I can change the remote. Can I change the push remote? Get remote set URL. I want to change the push. Set URL dash dash push. Push URLs are modified instead. Okay, good. What? Get remote set URL push name new URL. Okay. Okay. Now push. Awesome. Now, what happens? I was thinking about instance with a capital I. PR2. This one. To instance collision. Can't automatically merge. Oh, this one. All right, cool. Actually, it was more like 100. Access to secrets by maintainers? What does that even mean? Secrets? What do you mean secrets? Edit my repository's workflows to reveal values of secrets and gain access to other branches. I don't have anything like that, right? Yeah, it's good. Okay. There it is. Install the cinematic mod for Half-Life 2? Probably not. Not likely. Right. Now I want to go ahead and get this fixed, because I use... You know what? I think full game should be fine. So here's what I'm gonna test now. I'm gonna go way over here and paint in a crazy amount of trees. Just a crazy amount of trees. Right. It has some interesting features. What is interesting about it? They need to be close. Oh. Why are they... Right. The LOD range 0 just needs to be maxed. That just needs to be maxed out. This is like the billboard. This is like the billboard test. So density, like 5 times that. And then I think the rotation is really weird again. Yeah. I wish that was stuff I could set as part of this instead of that. Okay, not enough. 1. Alright, how's the frame rate doing? I don't see anything changing. Okay. I'm getting some trees in there. Alright. So I can actually have a pretty detailed mesh. I'm not getting like any... I mean, it's probably not very dense. But that's a lot of tree. It's a lot of tree. And then I guess I would go in here and I can delete individual trees because race should still be possible. I suppose usually the frame dropper. I mean, this counts as foliage though. And these are all cylinders, so I'm like kind of surprised that I can... I mean, I guess maybe I shouldn't be so surprised I can have this many. This is a pretty simple mesh. And there's no alpha. That's probably the big thing. There's no alpha on these. So probably if I have alpha on there, then it's gonna get really bad. But I mean, that's a lot of trees, I think. Alright. Let's bring the player over. The real test is gonna be what happens with collision. You know, can the game handle it, I guess, with these colliders. Yeah, the leaves, yeah. I guess that's probably what I should test next. These can be like the high quality, I mean the high quality. I need to add some kind of there needs to be alpha testing. So this is taking a long time to start. It's probably because it's loading in, you know, 10,000 shapes, which I expected would be slow. But I can handle load times. Load times can be made better. I care if the game can run. Compiling shaders. Well, the thing is, okay, the thing is with the billboards, even if they're across the map, they're still doing alpha tests. Because I'd have like a PNG with like transparent sections. That part is hard. So if I can get a billboard with an alpha channel and have however many of those I would have, maybe 100,000 or less, 100,000. Does that sound reasonable? If I can have that, then I'm good. Yeah, so this is actually just going to take forever. This might actually crash it too. The debugger hasn't even attached yet. Because I understand what it's doing. It's creating a physics shape for every tree that I've placed. But it's doing it, all of it up front. It doesn't, I can modify it so it won't do it up front. Even if it's like a full collision thing, it doesn't need to do it up front. It can start at the camera and just do like a spiral away from the camera. Or just do like one every second. Starting with the closest one to the camera. Maybe not one every second, but because I have 1,000 of these regions, I think. Yeah, so how long do I wait? Like I said, the debugger isn't even attached yet. It's not even debugging yet. Because when it starts debugging, I should see this load up. Okay, It might be too much. It might be too much. I haven't even... The game's literally not even started. It might be too much. One sec. I want to leave it go, though. I want to see what happens. Use this time for my memes. Sorry, no. It's still going pretty strong. 10% CPU, 61% memory. It's doing something still. Sorry, no. What? Oh. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. How long do I wait before I say it's definitely too much and is never gonna finish? I should call it after 5 seconds. Okay. I'm closing it. I guess I'm not closing it. I'm closing it. Dynamic. This should load immediately. Hey, we're in. That's a solid tree. Solid trees. Nice. Wait. Okay. Not all the trees are solid. Oh. Another tree that's just not solid. Another one, another one, another one. All right, well, I guess... So to be honest, I always expect that I would be going into this and like totally changing how collision is being handled because I need something pretty custom. I need it to be based on entities in the world. So we're checking a list of entities and we're spawning in those colliders. Where I'm aiming, we're spawning colliders in. And it's just doing like a simple bound box check to determine which regions need to be loaded. And then from there it picks I mean, I guess it could just be like if you're in a region, or if you're near a region that a cell, I guess, that should have colliders on, then it just turns on colliders. Yeah, I see name over there is 165. I go full screen, go to 150, 100. 690 FPS looking that way. That's just got to be a terrain thing, because I bet if I look up, yeah, we'll back up to max FPS. So it's definitely terrain there. It's causing that problem. And there's way less trees that way too, so it's literally nothing that I'm doing. Oh, I forgot. There's also... It's just that I forgot the scope. The scope is still a bug. What's been happening in chat? Literally rather look at the ceiling fan than your memes. If it takes more than a PS2, then it's too much. Leave the stream and go to mine. Yeah. Alright, goodbye, Daniel. Yeah, I probably need to end soon, don't I? I would call this a success, actually. Despite, you know, as I walk through... Oh, it spawned the collider. It's here. This is a pretty good success. This tree density is, I mean, already kind of good. I like the density of trees here. Of course, I would need more. But for the location that this is at, this density actually makes a lot of sense. Maybe a little more dense. Actually, yeah, probably like twice as dense. Some of these sections are really bad. Like, there should be probably like 5 more trees right in here. But I can throw in a ton of trees and they get collision most of the time. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes they just don't have the collider on. But that's just... I'm not really sure what that's about. I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, I also need the extra thing where I'm rendering the collider for the terrain and the trees near zombies, or pretty much any entity. Essentially, I would just tell terrain, hey, here's an entity that I want you to track collision for, and it will do it. Including the ground, but also trees. And I should be able to say at any point to Terrain 3D as well, hey, I want you to turn on this, I want you to turn on colliders in this cell, basically. That's kind of what I really like to do. I like it to be a cell thing, which is a 32 by 32 area, and I just tell it, turn on the colliders in this cell. Yeah. One thing that has commented was Asmongold is his hairline. Well, I also have long hair too, right? Alright, but nice. I like this. I really like that the trees have colliders on them. It's really cool. And they're shiny. I don't know why they're shiny, but they're shiny. The roughness map is just incorrect or something. I think the roughness UV is like totally mismatched from the yeah. Strange. It says there's colliders over there in the water. What is that? Hopefully not the same kitchen. Yeah. Normal map? That's not a normal map. The roughness. It does need a normal map though. I don't know why it doesn't come with one. Apparently it just had it. Yeah, apparently it just came with regular texture, encoding overloaded. Okay, it's back. Just lost for a little bit there. Why? What is up with that? The shadow's like avoiding me. What's over here? These are stair steps? Why are these? These are... Wow. Okay. Well, now I know where these have gone. That's an old bug. These are the ramp colliders that I tried to make for like a staircase, and they never quite worked. And now I know why, because the colliders are just not transformed correctly. They're like put in the middle of the world. The ground? The ground too? The ground has normals. The ground has normal... I don't think it has... I don't know if it has roughness. I don't think so. Why does it feel like I'm in shadow here? I am in shadow over here? Or is this just, No, it's getting darker right here. What is this? I don't know. Idiot. I don't think the ground has... roughness map. It definitely has normal maps, but I don't know about roughness. Alright, cool. Well... Oh, that is some bad aliasing. That is some really bad aliasing. Does the flagpole over there do this too? Yeah. I mean, that would be fixed with, that'd be fixed with just whatever it is. What's the word? Billboard textures? That would be fixed by billboard textures. Those would not be cylinders at that distance. Alright, cool. That's pretty good. Yeah, so definitely need, definitely gonna need to do the next step, which is having my own kind of plugin thing on top of this. Oh, wow, how does that work? How does that work? That looks really cool. How does that work? Interesting. That's really cool. The dirt is like... How is it doing that? Is that the normal map? That's got to be a normal map doing that. That's really cool. Oh yeah, I think it is. I think it is the normal map. Is it? No. No, 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 no. It's not. How is it doing that? How does it... Something. I don't know. Something neat. For sure. But I don't know how. I don't know how it does that. It couldn't be normal maps. I mean, I guess it could. It could probably generate this texture from the normal map. Maybe it does. That is so good, though. That's really good. It just makes it look like the grass is like sitting on top of the mud or the dirt. Instead of just like blending two textures together, That's really nice. That's awesome. I like that. Yeah, so that's got to be normal map, actually. Because I know it must be generated from the normal map. Because I know that's what it looks like for the dirt. That's the normal map texture for the dirt. It has to be that. Alright, well, it's gotten dark. At this point, I guess I gotta call it. So, yep, that's gonna be it for today. This is nice, though. This is a pretty good success. I like this. I definitely won't be using the terrain 3D painting system. I can't use that. I'm going to use kind of my own mesh polygon thing where I draw, I guess, essentially triangles, and I like create a mesh. That's my idea, at least. And then I can compute individual cells. I say cells. Individual squares where I can place a tree. And then I do my, if I were to like click fill area, it would run, it would clear it first, and then would run RNG, place all the trees where it would place them using the mesh and the area mesh that I define, and then the mesh of the terrain. It'll respect distances, so it won't put objects too close together. And I could change the density and things like that and get the density exactly how I want it. And then I'd be able to go in there and like select an individual mesh. Or like, I guess I would click near the base, right? I would click here. It would be like, all right, which one are you picking? It throws up a gizmo, and I can move it around. It should stay snapped onto the terrain. And then I could delete it, I could add it, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'd have to be able to add stuff, remove specific ones, click one and drag it somewhere. The current one doesn't support that. That's just not possible. If you want something in a certain place, you basically have to do like 1 meter and like keep clicking until it renders you one. I guess this one like always gives you one. But yeah. Alright, cool. Well, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.